And we are live. Hello. And I am going to be live tonight and also tomorrow night. And you can and now I'm going to be switching the screens. Okay. Some motorcycles. Alright. And then I'm going to put the chat in the window. Let's see. Alright, so hello everybody. Today was pretty good. I am going to be talking about the situation with the Marsh fires down Louisiana, and also looking at some things in nature and explaining stuff about that, and some news and about some paranormal things. And I'll be talking about this tomorrow as well. Alright, and with this stream, I like to start with a game, and I'll be doing that. So here we go. Okay, so the game's starting. Y'all could see the gameplay that y'all like to see. Okay. Yeah, I do like the pirate game. It's very interesting, especially the island that I'm on in the game. And so basically, with the marsh fires, thankfully, they have been put out a lot because of the rain. But so in the marshes and stuff down here, there's a situation where there is a lot of fires because of the drought. Because when you have dry air and dry weather, that's what happens. And I am now going to switch the windows to the game. Alright. There we go. Put this over here. Right. Yeah, so basically, this is a town that I was exploring in the game. It was pretty fun. And I'll still look at it more. It's pretty cool. I'll still go back to it, of course. I'm going to go in the sailing boat now. Yeah, so basically, I forgot to put the thing on the screen. LOL. Here we go. Put the... Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that. There we go. That's funny. Okay, so this is the island I was talking about. Alright, there we go. So, and I'll still, as I said, I'll still be on this island. I'm going to go in my sailing boat and sail around and hunt some ships. I think it's really cool how they did these islands in the game town center, or where all the crabs are. Yeah, so basically I think it's good with the marsh fires how they're able to, thank God the rain came, because many of you were praying that rain would come. And the rain did come. And basically we have what we have now, which is rain that is coming down because of the cold fronts, and now our land has more rain, and it's putting out the marsh fires and helping out the crops and the grass and stuff. Which is, I think, I'm very blessed for that. In many parts of the country, there has been issues with drought this summer. especially down south. Usually you see weather like that out west. Alright, so going on this sailing ship. Alright, so here we go. This is when so it's that island right here. That's where we were just at. Now I'm going away from it over here. Okay, so we have that. So yeah, so basically, other thing in the news, we have different people debating about the crisis over in Israel and Hamas with the war going on. Because recently some hospitals have been bombed, and there's debate about, say, people are upset with, obviously because civilians are getting hurt, which is, we don't want that. And then there's a situation where Hamas will put people like that there, will put that stuff there in the first place, which is unfortunate as well. And many people are debating on different news channels and stuff about the situation, and many are talking about like the solution for the Palestine conflict, that it could be a two-state solution, or that they're given the ability to vote, and then they got that in there. So there definitely needs to, Hamas needs to get out of there, and they need to have a more peaceful, I mean, not like the Hamas and the Palestine, they need to have more of a peaceful place over there. And the situation does need to be resolved, and like Elon Musk was saying, that he felt that they were being evoked, they want to evoke Israel, invoke them or whatever, to attack them in that way. And that does make sense that they would want them to do that, because the people that believe in that, they don't want to have, they want to be, the suicide bombers and stuff, they don't really care about dying. So they have a different philosophy than a lot of people over there. Then again, the Hamas group needs to be taken away from the place, because it's causing trouble and destabilization. Alright, so we have this over here. Just getting some ships. There we go. Yeah, so that's my view of things with the war going on. There's, some news. Also, we'll get into some articles about it. Alright. Getting out of that. And hello, Mary. And the weather on the pirate ship, it is sunny, and it's the afternoon. And it's not raining. That's what the weather's like. Here we go. They're firing missiles. See, I'm going to dodge them. Trying to hit the other ship, but yeah. So, yes, in the game, I do name my ship. That's how it works. When you go to buy it, you can choose a name, and I renamed it the Relentless Titan. It's different than Stockton Rush's ship. the seas do get rough, but it's like programmed to just be like this. They didn't really program the game to have like rough seas, but you could see it's kind of like a little bit of waves. It's just still like that most of the time. They didn't really add many weather mechanisms to it, but it does ripple a little bit. Alright, so turning the ship around over here back. It looks like the middle of nowhere. So, yeah. So, going that way to these other ships. And basically, as I was saying, we have over here, and so it's how they program the game. Like, there's not the Kraken or Davy Jones. They didn't really put some things from the movie into this game except the main characters, the good people, the good pirates. I was reading recently about the Chinese pirates. They had women that did a lot of things in there for the female pirates that were in China. And also, I like reading things of the Chinese history in Japan and stuff, and I think that they had definitely, there's probably stuff going on with the opium, and like before the opium, because the British Empire and what it was doing. Yes, it's like the Titanic, right? Alright, there we go. Nearly sunk it. Which I will sink them. And yeah, so basically what happened was, and then recently we had, Biden had the meeting with Xi Jinping, and to try to make certain relations with the Chinese, and he was talking about how he felt that the Chinese were the dictators and stuff of communism. And it's interesting he said that, I think. And also, it's just, it's a lot of, I feel, nefarious things going on with that whole thing, with with the country in general. In my opinion. And also, speaking of the weather, down here in this game, so that's like some of the political news stuff that's going on that I'll cover later. And back to the things of the game, I think that the weather down here in this game would be like Florida or Louisiana, or more tropical than that probably. It's farther down south. Yeah, Relentless Titan is the name of the ship. Like the Titanic or like Stockton Rush's Titan, yes. Haha. Oh yeah, Mary, I know in America there's a lot of issues going on. And a whole world of things. And there's also some interesting alien news that's going on too. Like last time we were talking about the alien mummy, how they're trying to reanalyze it to see if it's real or not. And who knows if they'll ever tell us what's really going on, because they're now saying that the government doesn't like to talk about the aliens, and that's for obvious reasons, because they don't want people to know about what's going on, because they don't want to freak out and scare people. Alright, that's good. That's good. Got that ship good. And recently, I saw about a North Korean propaganda video from a couple of years ago. How they say that we all drink coffee made of snow, and we're all like homeless and eat birds in homeless tents. So it's like, and everybody's making jokes, and I was saying, since I'm in down south, I'm like, down here we drink moss coffee and moss soup. And just, those other countries, they have so much propaganda going on. And I think Pierce Morgan has done an excellent job with these interviews he's had with the debates between Hamas and Israel. I mean, Palestine. Yeah, the Hamas conflict, I'll call it. So I think he's been doing excellent with that. And the guests he's been having has been very interesting to watch and see the different opinions. Alright, go drink some water. Yeah. Alright, turning back around, come about. Means like turn around. I learned that from Titanic, actually. When Rose was blowing her whistle and the dude was like, come about. And this ship, it has come about, so that means like to back up. Well, really what it does in this game, it really turns the ship around really quickly. And it would be interesting for them to add a couple of more mechanisms to where they can have complete, like, interesting to see the Kraken or different weather patterns. That would be really cool. Yeah, yeah. So Pierce Morgan, he's been having these shows where he invites different guests to voice their opinions about the Israel-Hamas conflict. And I remember I was just watching one where you had an Islamic apologist and a rabbi debate. It's interesting. And he's had a comedian from Egypt and a couple of different people. I'd recommend to check that out. Those that are interested in that conflict. And my opinion about it, it's an unfortunate situation, and it reminds me of the Vietnam War when the Viet Cong was unjustly using young people and all kinds of people as human shields and stuff. Over there, they didn't know who was who exactly. And it's hard when someone's in a civilian population. That's like, from my perspective, but it's also good to know other opinions about it. Where, to see what the other group would say about it. Because if there would be some better solution, that would be great. If there would be a reduced casualties, that's always preferable. Yeah, shout out to Patrick Starr. Yeah, Patrick Starr. Cool people. I think, our country in the West is very divided. And basically, I feel that back in the 90s or 80s or the early 2000s, I probably would have very faint memories of 99, because that's when I was 1 year old. So I think the best thing is, like, people understand, like, back in those days, people got along better and there was less division between religion, race, and political things, and now everybody's just like divided against each other, and it's really cringe. And people, like, the situation like with 9/11, people felt more united with that unfortunate tragedy. And it's good for people to be more united, because, like, you divide and conquer, simply. That's what happens. Right. I have not gotten any damage at all. I am on a roll. It's really cool. Took a little bit to get used to playing the game and talking and monitoring the stream and everything at the same time. Talk about multitasking. Yeah, yeah, Baby Alien 1999. Yeah. And last time we were talking about movies, and I think that tomorrow I'll talk about the cartoons and the TV shows. Like, I like the Twilight Zone, and alright, and I like movies from the time period of like Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. I remember back in when I was a kid, the cartoons are pretty cool. Yeah, alien multitasking. And also, I like the cat and dog, and there was SpongeBob I talk about, and there was yeah, I got that ship, and there's very various different things that I watched back then that are very interesting, and it's unfortunate that they weren't able to. That and the SpongeBob's still on, but a lot of these TV shows they're not on anymore, and they're really good, really good. Got a whole field of ships. Oh yeah, so back when I was in, we were in Mississippi sometimes for the hurricanes that would happen, and back then, and I would watch Boomerang, and also after Katrina, there was Boomerang. That's how I got to see a lot of those old cartoons, and like during Katrina, I watched it on Boomerang with and when I was in the trailer in Mississippi, which was like a trailer like camping ground. It wasn't anything bad, and then I got to see these old cartoons that were being discontinued. Like right when I got back, watching Cartoon Network, Disney, like all those like especially Cartoon Network, the stuff was like taken down. So it's like the world changed in an instant, really. I remember Jimmy Neutron. They have some funny like animations. People made like fan fictions of them on Nickelodeon. I mean, on like YouTube, and I like watching little animations people make about those old cartoons. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron. I'm like Jimmy Neutron. And my cat Bubbles, shout out to Bubbles. He's like Jimmy Neutron also. I'm gonna ram into this ship. Let's see if I can do it. I got this. Yep, I did it. Ooh, I got them good. Alright. I got plunder. Yeah, Mimosa Campground. I remember the smell of the firewood because people would do the camping fireplaces. I loved that smell. Very good. Yeah, Mary's Jimmy Neutron's mom. Facts. Nimmy. Like Nermal the cat. Alright, we're just gonna have to go do it this way. That's funny, Mary. I don't quite remember or know what that is, but it's interesting you mentioned that. You can explain more of what that is in the comments, maybe in the chat. Yeah. So basically, my point is that I have a lot of nostalgia and appreciation for the time period that I grew up in, and just I want to urge people that are seeing this as a rerun to not let division take over and to pray for political leaders on both sides, those that pray, and that read more unity. And also with the alien news, it's great that finally it's being exposed what the government has hidden for so many decades, that finally they can't hide the truth about the alien situation, and they are coming out and saying that they're really there, and how the government doesn't want people to know about it, but it's understandable. They don't want to have a public panic, things like that. Oh, okay. Chocolate s'mores and graham crackers. I remember that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, s'mores and the campfire. Oh yeah, I like that. When I was little, I ate that. It's good. I recommend it. Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed, Mary. All right. Now we're gonna go to Remner's Island. It's the nice sun. Nice pink clouds, so the weather, it's like kind of cloudy. Is usually like this in the game. And that looks like a painting. That's me going to the shore. Here we go into this area now. I'm going into, and I will say that I play a game before I talk about the topics while playing the game, but I also go into more things after the game. Hello, DJ. Yes, DJ. I think that's where that's from. I watched Futurama. That's a watch it when I was little. Right. Drink some water. Okay. And yeah, that was a funny show. I think it still comes on. I think Futurama still comes on. I've seen in recent years. I've seen either reruns of it, or I've seen, videos of that show. And basically, I like the robot. It's funny. I knew that sounded familiar. So that was one of the things that I watched. All right, and so yeah, I remember I first saw that show. and I was like, I thought it was, I wasn't too sure what it was exactly, and then I thought it was interesting, and also I think another cartoon that I haven't seen in a while, Ricky and Morty, that one's interesting too. It's been a few years since I've seen that one, but I like it. And you look at all these ships; they're all and they're all cluttered together. It's so funny. They're like in a little gang. That's funny. They're just all like in a gang. All right, so this has been some good sailing tonight. Yeah, this has been great, and I'm getting the hang of doing all these different things at once. And also, but I knew of DJ, because I know I've heard that from somewhere, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, because I think, that was in Futurama, but she was probably talking about something else, like whatever she was saying. That's funny. What a coincidence. Oh yeah, my slippers. Yes, very comfortable. My cousin Norwell liked that show. Right, we're doing pretty good. And let's go. Yeah, there we go. So something interesting, like in this game, that I show a lot is that how the cypress trees, that has something to do with nature down here, and it's very interesting how moss, how it grows in the trees, and it just hangs down. It's really like spooky looking. That was always very fascinating to me about this place, because it's like you go into the park and stuff, and they just have them. All right, I got one. All right, going over here this way. Okay. And also, like I said, these ships are very interesting. These are all Navy ships from the Navy in the game, and the other ones are from the East Trading Company. Yes, it's like it's a combination of both of them in the game. And yeah, as I said, before, like soon I'll be getting into the topic things in the topics. Yeah, rest in peace, Norwell. Shout out to him. And also with the immigration, how people are coming in and realizing that they want to use them as labor and stuff. They don't want to have them, and the people think they're gonna come here and get like a candy land, but actually they want to use them for different things and not for what they think they're going to be used for. So there's a lot of deceptive politicians out for their own selves. And we have some paranormal stuff. I like the research. I do a lot of that on this channel. It has to do with aliens and the things I'm interested in. We'll go over some of that later. I got 10 in the treasure chest. Treasure chest. Ooh. That was quick. Alright, so going to Cuba. So as I said, this all would be right off the coast of the United States, where I am, close to the Gulf. That's the either the Big Dipper or Little Dipper. I'm not too sure which one it would be. It's just cloudy and mystical looking. I like that. Oh yeah, Mary, exactly. Yeah, I'm on both sides definitely. A lot of shady people. And also, I will urge people that it's best to assess things with emotion. I mean, assess things with logic instead of emotion, because a lot of people are have high emotions, and that clouds people's judgment. Like, say with like relationships and stuff, it's good to a lot of people these days they'll get in their emotions, or people like to say in their feelings, and it'll cause more problems and fights. And it's good to assess things logically, and it takes a lot of work, and it takes practice. Like, no great thing is created suddenly, and like you have to things take practice and time, and there's nothing wrong with failing because it can lead to further successes along the way. And it's kind of dark. I'll show a moment. We have those are cypress trees, and that's moss. We have these different guns in the game. It's pretty cool. DJ, I'll definitely go and investigate it in a few moments when I end the gaming part of the stream and we get into the topics. And yeah, thanks, Mary. And also, I think the sometimes things can be stereotyped a certain way, and sometimes things can be out of the norm. Like, sometimes something could be stereotypically a certain way, but it's not what you think it is. So it's also good to not have a dogmatic view of things, but to like have more of a fluctuation of different ideas. These are some alligators. Alright. Yeah, so, and this is a little flintlock pistol. It acts like a machine, I mean, it acts like a revolver, but it's just a little flintlock thing. Pirate stuff was always interesting to me. I liked watching the pirate movies, and I dressed as a pirate when I was a kid. And sometimes, like, and I would wear the little eye patch, little pirate eye patch, and I'd wear the little outfit and stuff. It was really cool. Hola, Latina. Good to see you in chat. Thank you for coming. And yeah, so basically, I think that, as I said, not using it's good to have emotion and have empathy, of course. I'm not saying to not have any empathy or emotion, but sometimes if people, a lot of people, it clouds their judgment and they do things that they regret later. So it's good to be balanced with everything, balanced views with everything. That's what I learned through my experiences. And sometimes people go through hard times and stuff, and when you go through hard times and things, in my opinion, it could make you stronger, and it can be used as energy to do what you're doing. Like me, I went through things and stuff, and I like it in the sense I can go and use it as energy to do what I gotta do. And although I would do it anyway, it's inspiration and stuff, and I kept on trying and pursuing, and I am blessed to have all of you. I'm thankful that all of you all are watching and seeing the rerun. Those are watching reruns. And so those are things that, you know, help me out with my view of things. So we have this place. It's very, very interesting. I always like looking at nature, like I was saying about nature, you know, the sky, the stars, and the different islands are so nice. I can't go swim to them. I would have to go and have a boat, a ship to go out there. See, look how far I am from the island. And this is Cuba. Okay, let's see if this does anything. Alright. Here I am. Drink some water. Alright, so here I go. What I did was I stopped it from streaming, then I restarted the streaming, and here I am. So let's see, the Marsh fires. So basically, in New Orleans, there is in Louisiana rather, there's these giant marsh fires that have been going on, and you could see how traumatic it looks, and that's what it was happening over in the marshes, and it was hurting the air quality down here. It's it's our version of it. So basically, this is what was going on, and you know, down in the different marshes and bayous that we have. And now there's recently been some cold fronts. The weather, you know, that it helped the weather down here because it was really dry. It was really nice. I mean, it was really bad like weather because everything was dying. It was really dry, and now because of, thank God, these cold fronts came in, and now there's more rain down here in Louisiana, and it's causing more. Well, it's helping the marsh fires a lot. So that's something I'm, you know, glad for y'all to know about, is that the situation down here is getting better because of the marsh fires. You can see that one, how thing is cold fronts coming in, and it's consistent. where the wildfires were happening. Well, that's not what I clicked on, but yeah. So yeah, so you see this. This is like the marsh fires in Louisiana and what they did, and basically, you see how well it burnt everything. It's quite dramatic. Now that's what I want to click on. You see, that's the fire, and and basically that's how everything is all burning everywhere, and basically have that. So the cold fronts coming in have helped calm down the water. So basically, the cold fronts that came in helped the wildfires, the marsh fires in Louisiana. All right. So, okay. Drinking some more water. Okay, so this is how marsh fires start. A spark at the surface might be all that's required to ignite the part under a swamp or forest, whereas living trees burst into looks of orange flame, peat clashes, fire in less dramatic way, it smolders like a lit cigarette. So that's basically like what they do. All right. So next part. Next part. It's going to be. I'll talk some things about the news, right? Is that true? That's true. So basically, so in the news we have Biden was calling Xi Jinping a dictator after their meeting, and also there's a lot of conflict going on, like I said earlier, with the campuses, with the fighting over the Palestinian and Israel conflict, and there's pressures and debates going on about the Netanyahu thing. and it says 38 injured in CTA Yellow Line train collision in Chicago, and man guilty of assault in Paul Pelosi hammer attack. That's interesting. And there's a mixture of information. Some people are saying that Israel trying to reduce the civilian casualties is not successful. And it says IDF recovers body of CPL Noah Marcano from Gaza days after announcing. So they recovered some body from there. Okay. And so that's what's going on with the Israel situation. Some in different news things in general. All right. And then we have things in nature. We'll talk about the moss. All right, so good night, Latina. So moss. Mosses are small, non-vascular. So I'm talking about some things with nature. About the moss. So mosses are small, non-vascular, flowerless plants, and they may also refer to a parent group of birohodophytes, which comprise liverworts, mosses, and hornworts. Mosses typically form dense green clumps or mats, often in damp or shady locations. The individual plants are usually composed of small leaves that are generally only one thick cell attached to the stem that may be, although some species have conducting tissues. These are generally poorly developed and structurally different from similar tissues found in vascular plants. So that's something interesting about the so basically with this, with mosses, I could talk about nature. It's nice pictures of nature. So that's how moss works. That's something I think is interesting. If we're talking about the Pirates game and the different stuff down here, and basically that is the situation. That we're talking about the game, the moss, and the kind of moss that hangs off trees is, I believe it's a Spanish moss. You have that in its life cycle. The vascular plants have 2 seeds and chromosomes. in their vegetative cells and are said to be diploid. Each chromosome has a partner that contains the same or similar genetic information. By contrast, mosses and other biophytes have only a single set of chromosomes, so are haploid cells the copy within the cell. The moss life cycle starts with filaments or thalloid, mast moss, proanthema, typically look like thin felt and may grow damp soil and tree barks or rocks. So those are some interesting things about moss. And so that's how they're able to do that in soil and tree. So tree bark, rocks, and concrete. So that is basically what you could do. And SC says you could even sleep on it, because SC is good into survival stuff like me, and that's something that makes sense, but I didn't exactly think of doing. So thanks SC for bringing that up. So it could grow on anything like damp soil, tree bark, concrete, or almost any other resemblance. Gametosphere, the gametobarrier that is structurally different in the stems and leaves. A single mat proanthemata may develop several gametophyte shots, resulting in clumps of moss. Oh yeah, see, I figured, yeah, there's a lot of as Archgonia and protected by a group of modified levels known as Prechitum. The Archgonia of cells that open the neck down, which the male, with the reproduction process that happens. So that's like how their reproduction works. And then it has recently been found that micro arthropods such as springtails and mites can affect moss fertilization, and that the process is mediated by moss emitted scents. Male and female fire moss, for example, emit different and complex violet organic scents. I didn't know that the moss gives each other scents. Female plants emit more compounds than the male plants. Springtails were formed from choose female plants, and preferably found that springtails enhance moss fertilization, suggesting that the scent mediated relationship analogous to the plant pollinator relationship found in many seed plants and the stink moss species. Develops insect pollination colors beneath each spore capsule. Flies attracted to the moss carry its spores to fresh herbivore dung. All right. Yeah, so basically it just, it's going in and out. Let's see. Right, we have some mushrooms right here on the moss, which is really interesting. And also, this is a silly situation with the. Have to probably go and check some things. Yeah, so we have this is some pictures of the moss plant with some of the little purple mushrooms that are interesting. I like that. And look up some Spanish moss. That's the kind that we have in NOLA. This is the kind that we have in like down here in Louisiana. This is the kind of moss that we have here. And basically, like you have this. Is the kind of, generalization of the moss that we have here. It's really cool. Yeah, so here is like in the swamp, like I showed you all in the game. This is the kind of this is the kind we have down here, and also like in Cuba and those different places. And like here, it's just like what the game describes, exactly what the game describes. Also, so that's an example of it. Example. Yeah, so I like nature and pictures and stuff. It's really interesting. All right, we have this. Just an example of the kind of, so this is Spanish moss. It's different than the other kind of moss that the other kind of moss that we have like down here in Louisiana. That's the kind like I'm talking about that hangs off the trees and stuff. And also, and here it's this is the kind of moss that I'm talking about that we have down here. And basically, it's very very interesting and spooky. Turning guns. I'm like focusing on the stream, and you're cool people. Thanks for being here. I'm really paying attention to what's going on in the chat. Although I'm acknowledging if there's like some kind of a glitch. Like it's called KPS. I'm looking at it. And it's like orange right now. I need to go back to green. And like cuz usually like and also we have this is like just like the pirate game. It looks just like that game. And thanks Turning Guns. And also, because the Spanish people came here, they went and discovered this kind of moss. So it's different in contrast to the other moss that I showed y'all of the moss, the green moss on the tree. It's like somebody taking a picture under one, some jewelry thing. Example. Alright, so this is some more Spanish moss. And also, just look how it covers all the trees. It's so cool and haunting looking. Love my trees that look like that. Yeah, right on, Mary. Yeah, right on. And I don't know how talking about wealth and stuff got involved with the chat. I don't know what that has to do with moss. But, you know, like what I was talking about earlier, it's good for people to use logic and not try to judge things with emotion. And as I said, I don't know about this with money. Like, I don't. It's good to have self-esteem and like not feel the need to like, well, look at me. Like, it's like everybody needs to. I don't know what's going on in the chat, but you know, we're just talking about moss here, right? And also, you know, so as I was saying, we have nice moss, and it's really haunting and cool. This is another example of the moss, where it's kind of like in the jungle. And basically, effects, yes, I agree. And this is like what the pirate game describes. Like just like the pirate game, like when the pirate is walking through with his sword or attacking the alligators or fighting the alligators or the giant things off and stuff. That is, you know, what we have here. And also, I'm glad that everybody's here, and I'm glad, you know, like Turning Guns is here. That's cool, and very intelligent people in the chat. I'm glad that we have a cool little crew. Yes, exactly, Essie. Oh, Mary, you're talking about the pirates from. It was the undead pirates, like Davy Jones and his crew. They had moss and like barnacles and stuff growing on them, like sea moss, I call it, and like that's what they had growing on them. And over here is another example of the moss. You know, in Louisiana, it's pretty cool. Always very nice and elegant. Hello, DJ, again. Situation or in difficult times. That's when you really get to see who the person really is. That's when you really get to know a person. When they're in, like, I remember they're saying if you get into a fight with somebody or an argument, that's when you find out who they really are. And that's where all the masks come off. And I think that it's important for, as I said, as I said in the beginning of the stream, people could use logic and not like using emotion. When the city park or ottoman, always notice the moss on it. And also, yeah, Alien Right wasn't. Yeah, it was the ghost ship. So that brings up an interesting topic with the. It's Davy Jones's ship, the Flying Dutchman. Yeah, this is the Flying Dutchman. And so the Flying Dutchman is this mythical ship. That's what she's talking about. And Davy Jones, and he harvests the dead. And also, basically, with the situation, the moss, that it's like moss and different things like that. That's what she's talking about. It grows on the Flying Dutchman. And this is another picture of it. It was in the Caribbean. I think the ship, they tore it down. They should have just made it into like a museum. And that's the ship that Mary's talking about. And it's the Flying Dutchman. It's a ghost pirate ship. And also, basically, that's the ghost pirate ship. And turning guns. I'm glad that you like this community. We like you here. And also, we have this chat because, like friendships and stuff that we have here, it's not something you could buy with silver and gold. And it's good that there is a lot of things to this life besides money. I'm thankful for you turning guns, and I'm glad that, like, when I was pronouncing the French words, you're a big help. And I think it's cool that you're a chef with the French food. Like back in England, they had the chefs and stuff in Europe. I think that's a delicacy that it's essential that you know how to do that. And I think it's great that you're able to do that. That's a close up of it, and you can see the moss on this ship right here. And I will go into the other question we have here. Only, is moss found in certain parts of the country where it's humid? I'll go and look that up. And all right, we're gonna have this question asked right here, and we're gonna go here. Chat's funny. So we have, yeah. What states is moss found? Spanish moss is widely distributed from southern Virginia to eastern Texas along the coastal strip of the southeastern United States. It occurs throughout Louisiana, but it can range from common to rare depending on the location. Mosses are growing all around us, often overlooked. These tiny plants have incredible properties from hot desert to damp caves, They can survive in extreme conditions and play an important role in biodiverse habitats across the world. So the Spanish moss is southern Virginia to eastern Texas, and the other mosses grow everywhere. And also, oh, cypress wood. That's something really cool. And also, yeah, special about cypress wood. I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. Cypress wood, which is the kind of tree that a lot of these things grow on, is cypress is known for being strong and light, very durable and highly resistant to decay. Cypress has a light yellowish brown color. It is ideal for exterior uses, interior uses for truces, moldings, sidings, trim work, fences, and patio decks. Time goes by so slowly, indeed. Cypress is a softwood, but it grows alongside hardwoods and traditionally has been grouped and manufactured with hardwoods, readily available exterior sidings, shutters, shingles, trim fences, posts, interior paneling, mounding, and millwork, cabinetry, flooring, furniture, beams, and columns. All right, I'm gonna check something over here. Well, all right, just seeing, just trying to see. Okay, news, Marsh, fire is nature, paranormal. Well, oh yeah. Okay, well, I want to go back to the Marsh fire thing. We're gonna go there. So, let's see, the cedar wood. Cedar is a little redder, whereas cypress is a little bit orange-ish, brown. But overall, they do have similar appearances. At cypress, it's a really good wood. We're gonna look that up right now. What kind of woodwork were the pirate ships built with? Okay, so we're going to what wood pirate ships? Most larger pirate ships were made out of cedar or oak wood. Synchronicity. I was just looking up cedar wood because it's a type of wood that doesn't rot out in the water. So cedar and oak. They had raised deck near the bow called a forecastle and high deck near the stern called a stern castle. The deck on top of the castle was called the quarter deck. This was where the helm of the wheel was located. So we're going to go to this other part with the marsh fire, because people earlier didn't see that part because of the stream glitching. I said mash, but I said marsh. Alright, so this is the marsh fire. And the marsh fires in Louisiana have stopped a lot because of the cold fronts that have been coming in, and it's been raining consistently, so the much needed rain in Louisiana has come. And now it's raining, the crops are and the plants are getting better, and also the situation with the marsh fires are better because it's not dry anymore because there's more rain. So the rain has been put out. A lot of the marsh fires have been put out by the cold fronts. And SC says a lot of American Indian canoes were made out of pine and chestnut so they could dig them out better. Start a small fire in the middle and dig them out, move the coals around. Thank you, SC. I didn't know that. And also, we have this. And so that's like examples of marsh fire. And we have that. Yeah, so that, that's really traumatic. That's a school bus. That's a big area that was burning down. And I've been to the marshes and the swamps before. They're really cool. And that's like a marsh fire from the distance. Louisiana has been having a lot of marsh fires. And that's the fire, and it's blowing all this stuff towards, the city, New Orleans, and those other places. And that is just the pattern. So you see, like, Kenner and the west part, that is far away from where I am. I'm on the eastern part of Kenner, way, like, at the end, not, like, kind of the middle. That's where New Orleans is. And also, and that's it all blowing towards, like, Mississippi and New Orleans. Yeah, so it's good that the rain from the cold front has died down these wildfires. it's good that they have been put out. So the rain has helped. So my point is that these are wildfires. These are marsh fires because of the dry weather down here, and then the consistent cold fronts we've been having and the cooler weather has now brought an end, or it's really diminished the wildfires in Louisiana. So that's the point. I didn't know there was swamps out there, but that would make sense because I know, like in Scandinavia, they have swamps up there, and you live in America, obviously, but in like up north, which I feel is similar to that region. And so I'm aware there's probably swamps there, but I didn't know, and specifically it was over there. That's really cool that you have it, but I understand it's not as like it is here. Like literally, like out like this way, like that way. If you looked out like that window across the street, there's a bunch of cypress trees, and the backyard like will flood because it's a marsh. It's kind of like a marsh. Because this where I am right now used to be a giant body of water. This is the coastline. That's a marsh fire up close, so it's similar to the California wildfires. And I know it's a tedious situation with the stream tonight, and am thankful for everybody's patience and the people that stayed and those that left. That's okay too. And because I was like, because last week I didn't go live on Thursday because I was planning some videos and stuff, and I had to do some maintenance on some things, and it looks like I need to do that again and make sure check everything, make sure everything's working properly because I would not have known that this would have happened for certain what happened tonight. But I thought it could have maybe. I just wasn't sure. Just want to go try it out. So I know for next time there might be some things that some precautions to take before the line that should help the situation. But sometimes there's just connection issues. Sometimes it happens. But I am thankful for everybody's patience, and I'm glad that you all like these streams and enjoy and engage with them. And I want to provide a good, service with this. But thank God it's, that y'all are, you know, obviously could see what's going on right now. Oh yeah, it's good to give credit where credit is due. That's what I think. And it looks so ambient. This wildfire, this marsh fire scene. It's very ambient. And also basically, and I just it's like that's where the trees are, and then that's where you can see the fire line. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's a piece of art and it's a piece of terror at the same time. You know, it's wild to witness such a thing. And I'll go to the news part I want to look at. So David D. Pape found guilty in Paul Pelosi hammer attack. Fire damaged 10 freeway to reopen by Tuesday. and they're doing these things with the Chinese relations. And Biden called Xi Jinping a dictator, and dozens are injured in a Chicago train crash. Pro-Palestinian protesters are arrested because of the death of a Jewish man during the rival LA rallies, which there's a lot of division in this country, and hopefully people can be at peace and not do this with each other. Yeah, the fires. So the fires were going on. The wildfires were going on. Let's see. The Marsh fires have been going on for quite a while because of the dry weather. So because of the dry weather, it's causing this to happen. And basically with the it's been happening for months and months, these wildfires. They're called marsh fires, really, but I'm getting them mixed up with wildfires like what happens out west. And basically with it's okay, SC, it's all good. So basically with these wildfires, they go out and not go out, but the wildfires, they cause a lot of problems and they burn a lot of stuff and they hurt the air quality in the city, in New Orleans and other parts of the state and the region. And also because of the cold fronts, the wildfires have been put out recently because there's been a lot of cold fronts and cooler weather. So that's why. So the wildfires are stopping now. They're lessening because of the cold fronts and the rain. It's raining a lot more now in Louisiana, thankfully. All right, SC. I don't mind telling you what's going on. It's okay. All right. Right. So, and tomorrow I'll go more into the articles. But like, so basically, the news. I'm just gonna read. I'm reading just the titles. David D. Pape found guilty in Pelosi hammer attack. So that a hammer attack happened, the guy was found guilty. And there's dozens that were injured in a Chicago train crash. And APEC Biden touts workers' rights, stable Chinese relations. And, there's some kind of fire damaged 10 freeway to open by Tuesday. And basically, there's been a lot of debates going on the internet about the Israel-Palestinian crisis. There's been a lot of interesting dialogue on both sides about the situation. And there's just a lot of division going on, and people need to be more united about what's going on. Okay, Mary. Thank you. So this is an interesting thing. It says the American Ghost Society is a paranormal investigative group which spans the entirety of North America. Was founded in 1995 by Troy and Amy Taylor in Alton, Illinois, as the Ghost Society of Central Illinois, but was renamed in 1996. The society began holding annual conferences. The same year, by 1999, the group had 2,500 members. The society focuses on using supposed scientific method for ghost hunting rather than senses or psychic readings. The use of digital cameras is also bared by the organization. The society offers certificates and training in ghost haunting. The American Ghost Society also publishes quarterly magazine Ghosts of the Prairie operations, the largest online bookstore dedicated to supernatural. So that is like some kind of society of ghost hunters. These are paranormal organizations. The American Society of Psychical Research is the oldest psychical research organization in the United States, dedicated to the parapsychology. It maintains offices and libraries in New York City, which are open to both members and general public. The society has an open membership. Anyone with interest in psychical research is invited to join. It maintains a website and publishes the quarterly journal of the American Society of Psychical Research. Yes, SC, yes, it's very interesting. And this is like some history. The formation was in 1884. It was William Fletcher Barrett's visit to America that ultimately led to the formation of the American Society of Psychical Research in December 1884. Barrett was invited by several members of the American Association of the Achievement of Science. He persuaded intellectuals such as Edward Charles Pickering, Simon Newcomb, Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Pickering, Bowditch, and William James that claims of psychical phenomena should be investigated scientifically. The first meetings of the society were held in rooms of American Academy of Arts and Sciences. The founding members, who were also the first vice presidents, were J. Stanley Hall, George Strout, Fullerton, Edward Charles Pickering, Henry Pickering, Bowditch, and Charles Sedgwick Minot. Other founding members were Orpheus Hayat, N.D.C. Hodges, William James, and Samuel Hubert Scudder. The mathematician Simon Newcomb was the first president. Other early members included the psychologists James Mark Baldwin, Joseph Drastotro, and Christine Landon Franklin. Initial research findings were discouraging. By 1890, members such as Baldwin, Hall, Jastrow, and Lad Franklin had resigned from society. Hall and Jastrow became outspoken critics of parapsychology. Morton Prince and James Jackson Putnam left the ASPR in 1892 to form the American Psychological Association. I didn't know that, chat. Richard Hodgson joined the ASPR in 1887 to serve as a secretary in 1889. Fullerton, James, and Josiah Royce were vice presidents, and Samuel Pierpont Langley served as president in 1889. A financial crisis forced the ASPR to become a branch of the Society of Psychological Research, and Simon Newcomb and others left. Following the death of Hodgson in 1905, it achieved independence once more. Essie says, I wonder how people looked at them, like if they were looked at like they were weird or something. Well, I'm sure they were, Essie. I'm sure they were. In 1906, James H. Hyslop took up the position of secretary of the recreated organization, with the work being done at residence in New York City. He once wrote his son, my work is missionary, not mercenary. The intended name for the new organization was American Institute for Scientific Research, with Hyslop had organized into two sections for investigation of two separate fields. A was deal with psychopathology or abnormal psychology, and section B was to be concerned with Hyslop called supernormal psychology or parapsychology. Section A never got off the ground, but Section B became the new and recognized ASPR. One of the Institute's aims was organize and endow investigations into telepathy. I don't even know what this other thing is. Clairvoyance, mediumship. I know what mediumship is. And kinetic phenomena. This work can be carried out by B. The society remained in New York, where it remains as of 2015. During the period of ASPR, was heavily involved in the investigation of medium Lenora Piper, about who William James would famously declare 1890 the upset conclusion that all crows are black. There is no need to seek demonstration that no crow is black. It is sufficient to produce one white crow. A single one is sufficient. Since his proclamation of Piper as is one white crow, the concept of the single white crow has become cliche in psychological research. Yeah. After evaluating 69 reports of Piper's mediumship, William James considered the hypothesis of telepathy as well as Piper obtaining information about her sitters by natural means, such as her memory recalling information. According to James, the sprite control hypothesis of her mediumship was somewhat incoherent, ambiguous, irrelevant, and in some cases demonstrably false. At the best circumstantial, however, J. Stanley Hall believed Pipper's mediumship had an early naturalistic explanation and no telepathy was involved. Hall and Amy Tanner, who observed some of the trances, explained the phenomena in terms of the subconscious mind harboring various personalities that pretend to be spirits or controls in their view. Piper had subconsciously observed information that she later regurgitated a message from spirits in her trances. On June 20, 1906, the ASPR had 170 members, and by the end of November 1907, it had 677. Hereward Carnington became a member of the ASPR in 1907 as an assistant of James Hyslop until 1908, during which time he established his reputation as an ASPR investigator. However, his connection with ASPR ceased due to the lack of funds. Carrington was the author of the book Physical Phenomena of Spiritualism, which exposed tricks of fraudulent mediums. According to Arthur Conan Dolly, Carrington was not popular with the spiritualist. James Hyslop died in 1920, and immediately strife broke out between the membership as society divided into factions on broadly pro-spiritualism. Indeed, often spiritualists had conservative factions favoring telepathy and skeptical discarnate spirits as an explanation for the phenomena studied, or simply skeptical of the phenomena's existence. In 1923, a proponent spiritualist Frederick Edwards was appointed president, and conservative faction led by Grander Murphy and Walter Franklin Prince declared that society was becoming less academic. In the same year, ASPR lost 108 members. New members joined the society, and William McDougall, a past president, and Prince both became alarmed at the number of credulous spiritualists that joined the ASPR. In 1925, Edwards was reappointed president, and his support of the mediumistic claims of Marjorie Menia Craden led the conservative faction, leaving and forming the rival of Boston Society of Psychological Research in May 1925. From this position, ASPR remained as highly sympathetic to spiritualism until 1941, when the Boston Society for Physiological Research was reintegrated into the ASPR. So this is very interesting about this group. I think that how they're able to go and do this research and expose the different people, I think that is very cool. The Boston Society for Psychological Research was founded on April 1925 by former research officer Walter Franklin Prince. Other founding members were William McDougall, Linda W. Allison, and Edward Worcester. They were alarmed by the ASPR, supported the proportionate medium Marjorie, and suppressing any reports unfavorable to her. Yeah, and Joseph Banks Rhine claimed to have observed Cardin in fraud in seance in 1926. According to Rhine, during the seance, she was free from control and kicked a megaphone to give the imprisoned impression it was levitating. Rhine's report that documented the fraud was refused to ASPR, so he published in the journal Abnormal and Society and Social Psychological in response. Defenders of Craden attacked Rhine. Author Conan Doyle published an article in a Boston newspaper claiming J.B. Rhine is an ES. There were a significant split in the history of American psychological research. The American Society psychological research had become dominated by those sympathetic to spiritualism. The Boston Society favored naturalistic explanation such as telepathy, yet telepathy within the laws of undiscovered physics for purported mediumship was critical to the purported mediumship of Mina Cardin, a particular under President Walter Franklin Prince. It organized the investigation of Mina during the Scientific American Prize dispute, and Harry Houdini worked with the group. BSPR investigators were involved in the uncovering of the alleged fraud of Mina Cardin, including a number of revelations often credited to Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini. But actual discovered the BSPR members in 1923. Prince described the Cardin case as the most ingenious. I'm drinking my water. President and fantastic complex of fraud in the history of psychic research. The BSPR fell into obscurity following exposure of Mina Cardone. I think it's Cardindone. And was formally reincorporated into the American Society for Psychological Research in 1941. In 1934, the BSPR published Extrasensory Precipitation by their member Joseph Banks Rhine, who introduced the term ESP to English in the methodology of modern parapsychologically with this quantitative research and laboratory based approach as distinct from the older psychological research. Doesn't mean he was a Democrat. I don't know. The Democrat Party was kind of different in this time period. If they were Democrats, they weren't like the wokeism may have not have been a thing back then, but I don't know what party they were. In all seriousness, I'm just making I know it was a joke, but I was just making like a serious statement over it. And oh yeah, exactly, he did. Yeah. Oh yeah, SC, I know. And I was making like a serious statement over a joke. Because like if hypothetically they were, because that's something I like to contemplate hypotheticals. But yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, I get it. And in 1934, the BSPR published the Existentiary Precipitation by their member of Joseph Banks Rhine, who introduced the term ESP to English and methodology of modern parapsychologically with quantitative research and laboratory based approach as distinct from older psychological research. So these are the people that were doing research on these things. All right, and I'm going to SC. We're gonna look at this other one, and it looks like we're having the camera needs some comfort. All right, I'm back. Comfort. All right, Association for the Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena. Sounds similar to what they call UFOs now, the UAPs. The Association for Scientific Study of Anomalous Phenomena, ASSAP, is a United Kingdom based learned society education and research charity dedicated to the scientific investigate alleged paranormal and anomalous phenomena with a view to approach the subject in its entirety rather than looking into the psychology of individual phenomena. They also had training days for would-be investigators and provide research grants. ASSAP's refusal to accept populist explanations for ghosts and its focus on recording of experience rather than phenomena has garnered cautious praise from skeptics. The first part of their investigative process, which is used to detect obvious fraud, is kept a secret from the public. Wow. And SC and chat and everybody watching and seeing the rerun, this was started in 10 June 1981. Yeah, they had training days. Yeah. All right. So exactly, they didn't want someone to try to fool them. Right. The ASSAP was founded on 10 June 1981 by council members of the Society for Psychological Research who were modernizers. Its current president is Lionel Fanthrop. The previous president was Michael Bentine, who had a long-term interest in the subject of the paranormal. Founding members include well-known authors Hilary Evans and Jenny Randalls, as well as 14 Times editor Bob Rickard, Vernon Harrison, and the Hugh Pincott, previous Secretary-Treasurer of the Society of Psychological Research. The charity has had subcommittees such as Circles Research Program, who investigated crop circles in 1990s. They held an average of 1,000 investigations a year. So this is very interesting, and it has to do with some of this paranormal stuff. Members receive the annual peer-reviewed journal Anomaly and a biannual magazine, as well as invitations to a weekly Thursday evening webinar series where experts discuss anomalies phenomena and borderline science. The tone of the group is skeptical and scientific, but it holds no cooperate beliefs and instead embraces a 14 openness anomalous of all kinds. Members have been all emanated use of the Mary Evans Picture Library because Hilary Evans was one of the founders. SC, I've not seen that movie about the crop circles, but I'll definitely check it out. Carrie Sarah Lee explained to the paranormal researcher Ben Radford that fake ghost photography is in the minority. However, it is purely down to the educate ourselves with the up and coming new photo and app that are being offered on the market. ASSAP asked the public for its help to catalog the known fake images of smartphones, though the charity still analyzes ghostly photographs. In 2011, it ceased to the study of smartphone pictures as apps became available for a specific purpose for faking ghostly figures. The charity asked members to send before and after pictures using applications to help weed out the fakes. Okay, SC, I do not know a lot about the crop circles, like if they're made by them or not. I do planet, it's like some kind of a goofy thing they're making up, and so the aliens are trying to put some kind of signs or coordinates to something. Some people might be making them, so it's probably a combination of things. But I'll look more into it after this. Oh yeah, I agree. Carrie Searly explained to paranormal researcher Ben Radford the fake ghost photography is in the minority. However, it does occur. It is purely down to us to educate ourselves with the upcoming new photo apps that are being offered to the market. ASAP asked the public for its help to catalog for the known fake images for the smartphones through the charity still analyzes ghostly photographs. In 2011, it ceased to study smartphone pictures as apps became available for the specific purpose of faking ghostly figures. The charity asked members to send before the after pictures using the applications to help weed out fakes. In 2013, organization staged a one-day summit of future UFOlogy, stating that possible crisis of the world of UFO researchers are as well. Recent sightings require explanation. They held a similar conference in 2012. The University of Worcester. They had earlier hosted in the Paranormal Olympics of University of London. Since 2006, the charity launched a project Abolition, creating a database with the goal of recording every 14 even in the country. All right, so those are some of the stuff. That's when they started, 1981 to 2020 present. Crop circles. So that's a crop circle in Switzerland. A crop circle formation or corn circle is a pattern created by flattening a crop, usually a cereal. A cereal. The term was first coined in early 1980s by Colin Andrews. The crop circle have been described as falling within the range of the sort of thing done by hoaxes by Tanner Eddies, professor of physics at Truman State University. Although obscure natural causes or alien origin of crop circle are suggested by fringe theorists, there is no scientific evidence for such explanations, and all crop circles are consistent with human causation. The number of reports of crop circles has substantially increased since the 1970s. There has been scant scientific study of them. Circles in the United Kingdom are not distributed randomly across the landscape, but apparently near the roads, areas of medium dense population, and cultural heritage monuments such as Stonehenge or Avebury. In 1991, two hoaxers dug population and cultural heritage monuments such as Stonehenge or Avebury. In 1991, two hoaxers, Doug Rower and Dave Chorley, took credit for having throughout England after one was described by investigator as impossible night, although some reported have appearance during the day. In contrast, crop circles or crop formations, archaeological remains can cause crop marks in the fields and squares, but they do not appear overnight, and they are always in the same place every year. Nearly half of all crop circles found in UK. SC says something very interesting. Yeah, SC says a good point. If you admit crop circles are real, then you have to admit that aliens are real. That's something they may not want to admit. Oh yeah, I would like the movie Signs. Oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna go back in time. This goes way back, everybody. This goes way back. Like that. Way back. A 1678 news pamphlet, The Mowing Devil or Strange News Out of Hertfordshire, is claimed by some crop circle devotees to be the first depiction of a crop circle. Crop circle researcher Jim Schnabel does not consider it to be historical precedent because it describes the stalks as being cut rather than bent. Being beyond. So this goes back to the 1600s. I did not know this, everybody. Everybody watching a rerun, and everybody in chat, like, I did not know this. Did not know it was from the 1600s. That's something I just learned tonight. In 1686, an English naturalist reported rings of acres of mushrooms, sea fairy rings. Okay, that's something else. So fairies are probably a type of alien. A fairy ring is known as a fairy circle, elf or pixel ring is naturally occurring ring of arc of mushrooms. They are naturally found mainly in forest areas. So it's like some little, you could see it's like a thing. It's like a bunch of mushrooms in a circle created by little fairies and things. The natural history of Staffordshire in proposed airflows from the sky are caused. In 1991, meteorologist Terence Meaden linked this report with modern crop circles, a claim that has been compared with those made in Eric von Däniken. An 1880 letter to the editor of Nature by amateur scientist John Rand Carpron describes how several circles flattened crops in the field were formed under the suspicious circumstances and possibly caused by cyclonic wind action, stating as a view from the distance circular spots. They presented much of the same character, viz. A few standing stalks as center, some prostrate stalks with their heads arranged pretty evenly in direction, forming a circle round the center. Outside there a circular wall of stalks which had not suffered. '20th century. In 1932, archaeologist E.C. Kirwin observed 4 dark rings in a field at Stauganton, down near Chichester, but could examine only one, a circle in which barely was lodged or beaten down, while the interior area was very slightly mounded up. Oh, I think it's a cool topic too, Essie. I totally agree. In 1963, Patrick Moore described a crater in a potato field in Winchester that he considered was probably caused by an unknown meteoric body in nearby wheat fields. There were several circular and ephemeral areas where the wheat had been flattened. There was evidence of a spiral flattening. He thought they could be caused by air currents from the impact. Since they led towards the crater, astronomer High Ernest Butler observed similar craters and said they were likely caused by lightning strikes. During the 1960s, there were many reports of UFO sightings in circular formations in swamp reeds. Synchronicity, we're talking about swamps. And sugarcane fields in Tully, Queensland, Australia, and in Canada. For example, on 8 August 1967, 3 circles were found in a field in Dumul, Alberta, Canada. Department of National Defense investigators included it was artificial, but couldn't say who made them how. The most famous case is in 1966 Tully saucer nest when a farmer said he witnessed a saucer-shaped craft rise 30 to 40 feet from a swamp and fly away. One investigating, he found nearly a circular area of 32 feet long by 25 feet wide, where the grass was flattened and the clockwise curves water level within the circle. The reeds have been uprooted from the mud. The local police officer, Royal Australian Air Force, and the University of Queensland concluded it was most probably caused by natural causes like a down-draught, willy, dust devil, watersprout. In 1973, J.J. Odgers, director of Public Relations Department of Defense, wrote the journalists that the saucer was probably debris lifted by the causing willy. That is really cool. I didn't know any of this stuff. That's why I'm like, I got to do some research on this. Yep, we were talking about swamps earlier. Yeah. So they were saying that the UFO took off and it left a circle. Yes, SC. So they're saying like the UFO is there and it left that imprint when it took off. British pranksters Doug Brower and Dave Chorley said this. They started creating crop circles in British cornfields in 1978, inspired by the Tully saucer nest case. The first firm depict a geometric crop circle in the case created by super intelligent ants. SC, they're saying it's created by ants. In 1974, science fiction film Phase 4, the film has been cited as a possible inspiration for influence on the pranksters who started this phenomenon. Since the 1960s, there has been a surge of UFOologists in Wiltshire, and there were rumors of saucer nests appearing in an area, but they were never photographed. There are other pre-1970s reports of circular formations, especially in Australia and Canada. But they were always simple circles, which could have been caused by whirlwinds. And 14 times, David Wood reported that 1940 he had already made a crop circle near Lutonshire using ropes. In 1997, Oxford English Dictionary recorded the earliest usage of term crop circles in 1988 issue of Journal of Meteorology, referring to the BBC film. The coining of the term crop circle is attributed to Colin Andrews in the late 1970s, early 1980s. The majority of reports of crop circles have appeared and spread since the late 1970s as many circles began appearing throughout the English countryside. This phenomenon became widely known as the late 1980s after the media started to report crop circles in Hampshire and Wiltshire after Brower's and Chorley's 1991 statement that they were responsible for many of them circles started appearing all over the world. To date, approximately 10,000 crop circles have been reported immediately from the locations such as the former Soviet Union, United Kingdom, Japan, US, and Canada. Skeptics note that the correlation between crop circles and recent media coverage and absence of fencing or anti-trespassing legislation. Although the farmers expressed concern at the damage caused by their crops, local response to the appearance of crop circles was often enthusiastic, with locals taking advantage of the increased tourism and visits from scientists, crop circle researcher, and individuals seeking spiritual experience. The market for crop circle interest consequently generated bus or helicopter tours of circle sites, walking tours, T-shirts, and book sales. And he says, I think the older ones could have been real. I would like to know more about it. Was there any burn marks found in the circles and stuff like that? Yeah, see, that's something that needs to be investigated because I don't know if they're gonna like give us a lot of details that would like prove that it's an alien thing, because they don't want us to think it's aliens. Since the start of the 21st century, crop formations have increased in size and completely, with some featuring as many as 2,000 different shapes and some incorporating complex mathematical and scientific characteristics. The researcher Jeremy Northcote found that crop circles in the UK in 2002 were not spread randomly across the landscape. They tend to appear near roads, areas of medium to dense population, and cultural heritage monuments such as Stonehenge or Avebury. He found that they always appeared in areas that were easy to access. This suggests strongly that these crop circles were more likely to be caused by international human actions than by paranormal activity. Another strong inclination is that theory was that inhabitants of the zone with the most circles had historical tendency for making large-scale formations, including stone circles such as Stonehenge, burial mounds such as Shilbury Hill, long barrels such as West Kinnant, and long barrel and white horses and chalk hills. In 1991, two self-professed pranksters, Doug Brower and Dave Chorley, made headlines by claiming that it was they who started the phenomenon in 1978 with the use of simple tools consisting of plank of wood, rope, and baseball cap fitted with a loop wire helped them walk straight lines. I think that's a bunch of nonsense. To prove their case, they made a circle in front of journalists and curiologists advocating the paranormal explanations of crop circles. Pat Delgado examined the circle and declared that it's authentic before it was revealed that it was a hoax. Inspired by Australian crop circle accounts from the 1966, Brower and Chorley claimed to be responsible for a circle made prior to 1987 for more than 200 crop circles. In 1978, 1991 were 1,000 other circles not being made by them. Writing in Physics World Record, Taylor, University of Oregon, said the pictographs they were created inspired by a second wave of crops. Artists far from the fizzling out of the crop circles have evolved international phenomenon with hundreds of sophisticated pictographs now appearing annually around the globe. After reports of simple circles in 1970s, increasingly complex geometric designs have been created by anomalous artists, in some cases to attract tourists to an area Since the early 1990s, the UK arts collective Circle makers found that Rod Dickens and John Ludberg, and subsequently included Russell and Bob Irving, has been creating crop circles in UK around the world as part of the art practice, also commercial clients. Oh yeah, that one looks really interesting. It's only something you could see from the sky. It's because it's like, it's interesting they're able to make something that you can only see from the sky. And Stranded was talking about the situation with the one the natives made in Ohio. And that one is very interesting. On the night of the 11th to 12th July 1992, a crop circle making competition with a prize of £3,000 funded by part of Arthur Kollingster Foundation was held in Berkshire. The winning entry was produced by 3 Westland helicopters engineers and using rope, PVC pipe, a plank, string, a telescope device, 2 stepladers. According to the Reputer Sheldrake, the competition was organized by him and John Michel and co-sponsored by The Guardian and the Carologist, and the prize money came from PM as a German magazine. Sheldrake wrote that the experiment was conclusive. Humans could indeed make all the features state-of-the-art crop formations. At the time, 11 of the 12 teams made more or less impressive formations and followed the set design. In 2002, Discovery Channel commissioned 5 Arctics and Astronautics, graduating students from MIT, to create a crop circle of their own, omitting duplicate some of the features claimed by distinguish real crop circles from the known fakes, such as those by Brower and Corley. The creation of the circle was recorded use of the Discovery Channel documentary Crop Circles: Mysteries in the Field. Yeah, and he says, okay, so they were saying they were made by helicopters, so would definitely have bird's eye view to making something look so cool. Still looks like they're making, it's hard to make regardless. Oh yeah, and also you do have real ones, and there's fake ones. A video sequence used in connection with the opening of the 2012 Summer Olympics in London show that 2 crop circles in the shape of the Olympic rings, another Olympic crop circle, was visible passengers landing in nearby Heathrow Airport before during the games. A 7-acre crop circle depicting the emblem of the Star Wars Rebellion Alliance was created in California in December of 2017. A father and his 11-year-old son. In 1992, Gabor Takas and Robert Dalous, both then aged 17 were first people to face legal actions after creating a crop circle. Takacs and Dalus of the St. Stephen Agricultural Technicum, a high school in Hungary specializing in agriculture, created a 36-meter diameter crop circle and wheat field near Szezing are 43 miles southwest Budapest on June 8, 1992. In September, the pair appeared on Hungarian TV and exposed the circle as a hoax, showing the photos of the field before and after the circles were made. As a result, Aaron Kalas, the owners of the land, sued the teens $633,000 or $3,000 in damages. The presiding judge ruled that the students were only responsible for damage caused by the circle itself, amounting to about 6,000 feet or $30, and that 99% of the damage of the crops was caused by thousands of visitors who flocked to Székesfehérvár following the media's promotion of the crop circles. The fine was eventually paid by the TV show, as were the students' legal fees. In 2000, Matthew Williams became the first man in UK to be arrested by causing a criminal damage after making a crop circle near Devonses. In November 2000, he was fined £100 plus £40 in costs. As of 2008, no one has been successfully prosecuted in the UK for criminal damages caused by creating crop circles. And over there's Bubbles the cat, and he keeps on playing around. Shout out to Bubbles. Yeah, shout out to Corn. The scientific consensus on crop circles is they are constructed by human beings as hoaxes, advertising, or art. See, the scientists don't want to accept the possibility of it being aliens, in my opinion. The most widely known method for a person or group to construct a crop circle formation is to tie one end of the rope, another anchor point at the other end, and on a board which is used to crush the plants. It is also possible to bend grass without breaking it, and has recently reigned a method that was used to create crop circles in Hungary. In 1992, skeptics of the paranormal point that all characteristics of crop circles are fully compatible with their being made by hoaxers. Brower and Chorley confessed in 1991 to making the first crop circle in southern England. When some people refused to believe them, they deliberately added straight lines in the squares to show that they could not have natural causes and copycat effect. deliberately added straight lines and squares to show that they could have natural causes and copycat effect, deliberately added increasingly complex circles started appearing in many countries around the world, including fractal figures. Physicists have suggested that most complex formation might be made with the help of GPS and lasers. In 2009, a circle formation was made over the course of 3 consecutive nights and was apparently left unfinished, with some half-made circles. The main criticism of the alleged non-human creation of the crop circles is while evidence of the origins besides the eyewitness testimonies is essentially absent, some are definitely known to be the work of human pranksters, and others can be accurately explained as such. There have been cases in which researchers declared crop circles to be the real thing, only to be confronted with people who create the circle and documented fraud like Brower, Chorley, and Tabloid. Today hoaxing Pat Delgado and the Wessex Skeptics, and Channel 4's Equinox hoaxing Terrence Meeksing, a field researcher, Canadian Crop Circle Researcher Network. In his 1997 book, Demon Haunted World Science as Candle in the Dark, Carl Sagan concludes that the crop circles were created by Brower and Chorley and their copycats, and skepticulates that UFOologists willingly ignore the evidence of hoaxing so they can believe in extraterrestrial origins of the circles. Many others have demonstrated how complex crop circles can be created. Scientific American published an article of Matt Ridley, who started making crop circles in northern England in 1991. He wrote about how easy it developed techniques using simple tools that can easily fool later observers. He reported the expert source such as Wall Street Journal, who had been easily fooled, mused about why people want to believe sources such as Wall Street Journal, who have some crop formations are paid by companies who use them as advertising. Many crop circles show human symbols like a heart, an arrow symbol of love, stereotyped as alien faces. Hoaxers have been caught in the process of making new circles, such as in 2004, the Netherlands, which has caused legal implications. Advocates of non-human causes discounts on site evidence of human involvement as attempts to some even argue a conspiracy theory, which governments planting evidence of hoaxing to muddle the origins of the circles. When Ridley wrote negative articles in newspapers, he was accused of spreading government and of working of the UK military intelligence service MI5. Ridley responded by noting that many serologists make good livings from selling books and providing high-priced personal tours through the crop circle fields, and he claimed that they have vested interests in rejecting what is by far most likely explanation for the circles. Exactly, SC, and there's an issue with generalization. I was talking about that earlier in the stream about politics. About just society in general. That sometimes there's mass generalizations of different things. And they're using this as a tool because the governments don't want to admit that the aliens are there. So they're going to use generalizations. In science magazines from the 1980s and 1930s, for example, Science Illustrated 1 could read reports suggesting that the plants were bent by something that could be microwave radiation rather than broken by the physical impact. The magazines also contained serious reports of absence of human influence and measurements of unusual radiation. Today, this is considered a pseudoscience, while many of the time the subject of serious research at the time. It was most likely that an unknown factor was behind the incident, not at least seen in the factors of GPS was not available to the public. Related are patterns similar to crop circles can also be made in snowy by using skis, snowshoes, or just walking with ordinary shoes. Patterns similar to crop circles can also be made in sand. Images can be made in forests, cutting trees, especially in areas with snow, celebrating the Olympic Games in Lillehammer, Norway in 1994. A 360-meter tall sized image of the Olympic torch runner was made in a forest close to one of the arenas. It has been suggested that crop circles may be the result of extraordinary meteorological phenomena ranging from the freak tornadoes to ball lighting, but there is no evidence of any crop circle being created by these causes. In 1880, an amateur scientist, John Rand Capron, wrote a letter to the editor of the journal Nature about some circles and crops and blamed them on a recent storm, saying their shape was suggestive of some cyclonic wind action. That's in the 1800s. In 1980, so 100 years after that, Terence Meaden, a meteorologist and physicist, proposed the circle. The circles were caused by whirlwinds whose course was affected by southern England hills. As circles became more complex, Terence had create increasingly complex theories blaming an electrical magnetic hydromagnetic plasma vortex. The meteorological theory became popular, and it was even reinforced in 1991 by physicist Stephen Hawking, who said the corn circles are either hoaxes or formed by vortex movement of air. Weather theory suffered serious blow in 1991, but Hawking's point about the hoaxes was supported by Brower Charley stated that they had been responsible for making all those circles by end of 1991. Median conclude that those circles had complex designs were made by hoaxers. Chat, SE and chat and everybody watching and seeing the rerun. Watch this. This is a depiction of a spaceship. Wow. This is a sketch of a spaceship creating a crop circle sent UK Ministry of Defence. And that looks like Egyptian hieroglyphics. I mean, the Egyptian symbols. Ooh. Ooh. My microphone. Oh. I'm about to get to it. Since becoming the focus of widespread media attention in 1980s, crop circles have become the subject of speculation by various paranormal ufological and yeah, I'm okay, Essie. I just was thinking of something for a second, and it's like I'm not like usually like I usually kind of like think out loud, but I have to think in my head right now because I'm on a live stream. So ufological and enomolastic investigators, ranging from the proposals that they were created by bizarre meteorological phenomenon to messages from the extraterrestrial beings, there has been speculation that crop circles have a relation to ley lines. Many New Age groups incorporate crop circles into their belief system. Yeah, that's another thing that happened while I wasn't paying attention, and it caused the thing to fall over. I was like, whoa, whoa, because I paused and I was making a bunch of faces, and people might get scared if I'm becoming a mime. Some paranormal advocates think that crop circles are caused by a ball lightning, that the patterns are so complex that they have to be controlled by some entity. Some proposed entities are Gaia, asking to stop global warming. Oh yeah, I remember that one. Felt my chair. Okay, Gaia is a hypothesis known as Gaia, a theory that proposes living organisms interact with their inorganic surroundings and natural beings. For example, Indian divas, not divas or Karens, but so you see the link between the false gods and the ancient religions in our crop circles in our time. You see the correlation, everybody? I see it. I see it. Because SC's like, crop circles. I'm like, I gotta go in and look at this up because I was ignorant about crop circles. The collective minds of humanity through a proposed quantum field or extraterrestrial beings, responding to local beliefs that extraterrestrial beings and UFOs were responsible for crop circles appearing. The Indonesian National Institute of Aeronautics and Space described by crop circles as made Thomas Jamandulin, research professor of astronomy and astrophysics at Lapon. Chew! LAPAN described crop circles as man-made. Thomas Jamandulin, research professor of Astronomy and Aerospace Physics at LAPN stated, "We have come to agree that things cannot be scientifically proven amongst other paranormal enthusiasts, UFOologists, and anomalist investigators have offered hypothetical explanations and have been criticized for pseudoscientific by skeptical groups and scientists, including Committee of Skeptic Inquiry. No credible evidence of extraterrestrial origins has been presented." Animal activity. In 2009, the Attorney General for the island state of Tasmania stated that Australian wallabies had been found creating crop circles in fields of opium poppies, which are grown legally for medical use after consuming some of the opiate-laden poppies and running in circles. Synchronicity. We were talking about poppies before in one of the other I was just talking about it in this stream too, about the opium, the pirates and stuff. Wow. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. All right. Changes to crops. A small number of scientists, physicists, Eltijo Hasselhoff, the late biophysicist William Levengood, have found difference between the crops inside the circles and outside them, citing this as evidence that they were not man-made. Levengood published papers in journal Cytologia Plantarum in 1994 and 1999. In 1994 paper, he found that certain deformities in grain inside of the circles were correlated with the position of the grain inside the circle. In 1996, the skeptic Joe Nickel objected that the correlation is not causation, raised several objections to Levengood's methods and assumptions, and said until his work is independently replicated by a qualified scientist during the double-blind studies and otherwise following stringent scientific protocols, there seems no need to take seriously the many dubious claims that Levengood makes, including his similar ones involving plants and alleged cow mutilation sites. Oh yeah, I'm learning a lot from this too, and also the cattle mutilations. That has to do with the Greys, and they'll go and abduct the alien and the little cow, and they'll do something bad to it. Magnetism. In 2000, the Colin Andrews, who had researched crop circles for 17 years, stated that while he believed 80% were man-made, he thought the remaining circles with less elaborate designs could be explained by a 3-degree shift in Earth's magnetic field that creates a current that electrocutes the crops, causing them to flatten from the circle. Folklore. The next one's about folklore. Researchers of crop circles have linked modern crop circles to Old folklore tales to support the claims that they are not artificially produced. Crop circles are cultural dependent. They appear mostly in developed and secularized Western countries where people are receptive to New Age beliefs, including Japan, but they don't appear in all the zones, such as Muslim countries. Fungi can cause circular areas of crop circles to die, probably the origin of the tales of the fairy rings. Tales also mention balls of light many times, but never relation to crop circles. So the balls of light is like orbs and stuff. Okay, Essie. Thank you for giving me the heads up. We won't. It's like, I covered what I want to cover, and also tomorrow I'll go over the other topics I want to go over too, again, in more detail. Because tonight there is some problem. In folklore, a will o' the wisp, is an atmospheric ghost light seen that travels at night. Does not consider it to be a historical president of the crop circle because the stalks were cut down, not bent. The circular form indicated that the farmer that had it caused by the devil. The farmer said it was caused by a devil. All right, and also it says in 1948, German D. Wulfswolf Schauen, the 12 swans, a farmer every morning found a circular ring flattening grain on his field. After several attempts, his son saw 12 princesses disguised as swans who took off their disguises and danced the field. Crop rings produced by fungi may have inspired such tales such as folklore holding the rings of the wolves of the fairy tales. Alright. The crop circle thing's done. We went through the crop circles. No pun intended. So now I'm going to look at the crop circle again. Hello, Amanda. Nice to see you in chat. Alright. These are some crop circles. These are just many examples of them. Some interesting art and also some interesting alien encounter. They look like pokeballs. Interesting. And these are just some examples of the crop circles and like what they do. And some of them are fake and some of them are real. And it's like when the UFO would launch and go away, you would see those weird crop circle things. And then you had this movie called Signs. Yeah, I'll watch it. And as I said, some of them, as we were researching, some of them are fake. Yeah, and as I said, we saw before, that is a spaceship. It looks like it has Egyptian symbols on it, and that's what it looks like in the field. And that's really interesting and fascinating. Yeah, thanks, Essie. Yeah, and Amanda, before you got here, I was reading about the crop circles, and I read through this whole thing, and basically, they take a lot of wood and string to go and fake them. And we were reading about how they have a lot of hoaxes and stuff. But also there are real ones, but the scientists don't want to admit what they really are. And also, about me going live, yeah, I think I'm going to switch it to Friday night. There is some issues tonight, which I'm not happy with. And there is some unhappy campers in the chat earlier. And so, yeah, so, Amanda, you did the right thing. I wasn't being cleared about going live or not. Okay, SC, thanks for coming. Yeah, I think the crop circles are very interesting, and how like they had them in the 1600s. So this is about the creation, Amanda. So the scientific consensus on crop circles is that they are constructed by human beings as hoaxes, advertising, or art. The most widely known method for a person or a group constructing a crop circle formation. To tie one end of the rope to an anchor point, the other end board, which is used to crush the plants. It is also possible to bend the grass without breaking it. Also recently rained. A method was used to crop circles in Hungary in 1992. All right, SC, God bless you. Good morning to you. See you tomorrow. I'll go and see what's going on with everything. Okay, so Amanda, earlier I did the game. I talked about a variety of news topics briefly, and this is like a preview to the stream tomorrow, because the Friday ones I'm favoring more, the ones on Friday night. And the thing about the tonight, I wasn't sure about going live, but I was just going to do it anyway because, I was thinking about, because I've been like the Thursday nights, it's not been too certain, but the Friday nights definitely, because people, that's where, I usually do them. But like the Thursday one, yeah, it just, the thing is that basically the situation was there was a connection problem, and turning guns, he was, of course, he was upset about it, like we all were. And it's like sometimes things happen, and I could have maybe done some things differently, but there isn't. I didn't know the stream would go out for briefly. I didn't, that was unexpected for whatever reason. And then, but he was all right. He was cool. It's just he was, kind of upset about it, but maybe he's still in chat. I don't know, but yeah, just he was kind of like surprised about the stream not working. But it's good to remember the streams that do work when people have on the stream and it works fine. People need to like remember that, and that they'll have times like that again. And so basically, okay, Amanda, the first ones were discovered in the 1600s. So the first crop circles were discovered in the 1600s. And then throughout the different centuries, they were more and more known. In 1678, news pamphlet claimed that crop circle devotees to be the first depiction of crop circles. So it happened in 1678. The mowing devil. So like where there's a circle where the devil carved out a spot in the crop circles, that is the first instance of a crop circle in 1678. And then in 1686, an English naturalist reported on rings of acres of mushrooms. It's called the fairy rings, where they think these fairies make these mushroom circles. And back in the day, the natural history of the Stanford Shire proposed an airflows from the sky as caused in 1991 meteorologist Terence Meaden linked the report with modern crop circles, a claim that is made compared with those made by Eric von Däniken. An 1880 letter to the editor An 1880 letter to the editor of Nature by the amateur scientist John Rand Capron describes how several circles of flattened crops in a field were famous. So 1880 is another instance. The editor of Nature by amateur scientist John Rand Capron describes how several circles flattened the crops in a field were formed under the suspicious circumstances and possibly caused by cyclonic wind action, stating as a view from the distance of circular spots, they all presented much the same character, viz. A few standing stalks as center of the prostrate stalks, with their heads arranged pretty evenly in direction, forming a circle round in the century. Outside there, a circular wall of stalks which had not suffered. It's indeed a long time ago. So the 20th century. In 1932, the archaeologist E.C. Kerwin observed 4 dark rings in a field at Stonghunt down near Chichester, but could examine only one, a circle in which barley was lodged on between down, while the interior area was very slightly mounded up. In 1963, Patrick Moore described a crater in a potato field in Winchester that he considered was probably caused by an unknown metric body. In nearby wheat fields, there were several circular elliptical areas where the wheat had been flattened. There was evidence of spiral flattening. He thought they could be caused by air currents from the impact, since they led towards the crater. Astronomer Hugh Ernest Butler observed similar craters and said they were likely caused by lightning strikes. During the 1960s, there were many reports of UFO sightings in circular formations in swamps, swamp reeds, and sugarcane fields in Thule, Queensland, Australia, and Canada. For example, on 8 August 1967, 3 circles were found in a field in Dunhamel, Alberta, Canada. Department of Natural Defense investigators concluded that it was artificial, but couldn't say who made them or how. The most famous case in 1966, Tully's saucer nest, when the farmer said he witnessed a saucer-shaped craft rise 30 to 40 feet from the swamp and then fly away. On investigating, he found a nearly circular area 32 feet long by 25 feet wide where the grass was flattened in clockwise curves to water level within the circle, and reeds had uprooted from the mud. The local police officer, the Royal Australian Air Force, and the University of Queensland concluded that it was most probably caused by natural causes like down drought, a willy dust devil, or water spout. In 1973, J.G. Outriger's director of Public Relations Department of Defense air official wrote to the journalist that the saucer was probably debris lifted by the causing Willy Willy. And Amanda says, if you ever have a Thursday stream and not just Friday, let me know. I know there are many people on Fridays for sure. I don't know why maybe they don't work weekends and can stay up. And Amanda, that is a good point you made. And yeah, like, say like Stranded, she does better with the Friday streams because of the work she does. But then again, I'm not going to necessarily cancel the Thursday streams because some people like to see it on Thursday because if they missed the Friday one, they had like a way to see it. Like one time SE was like, I didn't go live on Thursday for some reason, and he was like, oh wow, well, because he may not be there the next day. So some people are there on the Thursday streams and not the Friday streams. And I could just stream and just talk to myself to my computer all night. I don't mind if people don't come. But since there's a time now where there's a lot of people seeing the streams, I don't mind repeating the topic. Like, I read through this just literally like 10 minutes ago. I read through this entire Wikipedia article. But since I like to, Amanda's here, and although she could rewatch the stream, I don't mind saying some things again while she's here. I don't mind repeating myself. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But I'm just thinking I could just do the Friday streams and have people there. But it's not really a big deal. It just... Another thing is I like working on the videos and researching topics for the videos. And that would be an extra day I could do that. But the Thursday thing could be, could not be, but definitely the Friday streams. So it's not... It's a variety of different factors. Like, I have been trying this week to do one around 7 p.m., around 7 o'clock-ish. So for the people, Amanda, that would be here, usually if it was earlier, which will happen at some point, God willing, but just with the cats and different things that came up, the timing was just off. Because there's a lot of people, Amanda, that would be here if it was much, much earlier. So, like, you have the people on Friday that come. But if it was even earlier, I mean, maybe you'd have, like, a whole group of people. So, that's the, like, situation. Like, Amanda, you remember the daytime stream? Where it was, like, a Sunday? It was during the day. Like, the first time you saw me live, it was daytime. And there was a couple of people there you don't see now. But I don't mind doing it the whole time, and I wouldn't mind going live all week. It's just that there's videos I want to research and work on. And also, I'll probably still do the Thursday streams, since, like, you enjoy it, like, and whoever watches the reruns, shout out to y'all. People that are watching right now, or have watched the stream, shout out to y'all, okay? Even if y'all don't chat, you know, I'm glad that you participate. But, like, I would just do it just for you, Amanda, because you like to watch them. It just sometimes I, like, the last Thursday, I'm not, like, sitting and staring at the wall or something, or looking at my fingers. Like, last Thursday, I was researching videos to go and for the channel. I'm going to react to some spooky videos from YouTube. And on one of the videos, I'm going to do some more about the 9/11 tragedy. And I was just researching different stuff, and I found a lot of funny videos. Like, people destroying stuff in their offices and things was kind of funny. So, the reason why Thursdays were taken off was to research videos and stuff, and there's other projects I'm working on that you all will like a lot, that'll come out in some point in the future, and that takes a lot of hours of, like, thinking and working. But, yes, a lot of people, that's true. And Thursday, maybe not all the people come. That's true. But still, I'll probably will still do the Thursday streams and other streams, like, around earlier in the night. And as I said, I'm still going to do the late night streams, as you see right now, Amanda. I like, you know, just us and SE and whoever else is watching. And Mary's in chat. She's just not talking right now. But no, I will always do late night streams. I used to watch late night streams all the time on YouTube. And they still go live late. I just like doing it myself. And I will always do late night streams. This is the main thing, is late night streams. It's just that the other streams for those people also be incorporated as well. Yeah, and there's Mary, and she was chatting earlier. Yeah. And shout out to Mary. And Bubbles. Yeah, Amanda, earlier Bubbles was talking before I went live, and while I was talking about different things, Bubbles was moving around and jumping up and down and stuff, and he's trying to be noticed, so I gave him a shout out, and now he's quiet and he's sleeping somewhere. And I like a smaller group too. Mary, I'm not triggered. I'm just explaining the situation. I'm just kind of going over like the situation with the channel and like the different live streams, because it sounds like a tedious situation, but it really isn't. But Amanda, I'll do the late night I'll do the Thursday streams. So, and if some nights I don't go live on Thursday, I was working on a video or something, but I'll make sure I'm able to do the Thursday streams, because I like the smaller groups too. I'm not triggered. It's a mental gymnastics. It's like I'm gonna write a. It's like I'm over here about to write a whole novel about the Thursday streams. And it's like next I'm gonna be like making a whole series about the Thursday streams. Gonna make like a T-shirt about the Thursday streams, and yeah, Thursday streams lives matter. And also, Amanda, you requested about the merch. The merch is like complete. I have to go. I want to maybe get one. See what it how it looks. Make sure everything looks right with it, probably. But yeah, I have of some cool merch coming out that you requested, like the alien shirts and stuff, and that'll be fun. So that is about the Thursday night streams. I just want to get that out there about that. And also, I was like in my head, like thinking about things while I was like reading this earlier. I'm like, so I was like multitasking. Like I paused. It was a crazy experience. Before I got out here, I was like looking at like the sky, and it was like cloudy. I was like texting my sister also, and it was like really cool. I saw a star peeking out. It reminded me. It was kind of like that during the Johnny Depp trial. Remember that? Good times. All right, that's gonna be on the way. Like yeah, like Alien Lives Matter, like a shirt with your truly on it. Yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff, and but I haven't like released it or made like a post about it yet. I'm still like going through and contemplating things, and also I remember about the situation where you're welcome, Amanda, because it could be confusing. It's like say like I don't go live and I'm texting my one of my friends, and it's like over something. It was like we're talking about something, and it's like I had to go do some video or something, and it was like, and Mary was watching Pearl the cat, and it was like they're gonna wonder where I am, but it's like I gotta go make this video, and I posted it the next day, and also like I think it's so cool with this like in general. All right, you're welcome for clearing that up, Amanda. It's like this is some kind of a shareholder briefing. That's what this basically is right now. It's like an earnings call for a company. And during the 1960s, there were many reports of UFO sightings in circular formations, in swamp reeds, in sugarcane fields, in Tully, Queensland, Australia, and Canada. For example, On 8 August 1967, 3 circles were found in a field in Duhamel, Alberta, Canada, and Department of National Defense investigators concluded that was an artifactual, but couldn't say who made them or how. The most famous case is a 1966 Tully saucer nest when a farmer said he witnessed a saucer-shaped rise 30 or 40 feet from a swamp, and then they fly away. So watch this, Amanda. It's like 1960s. There's a flying saucer, and they saw it fly away, and they saw a crop circle. Wow. That's amazing. British pranksters Doug Brewer and Dave Chorley said they started creating crop circles in British cornfields in 1978, inspired by the Tully saucer nest case. You have a friend that lives in Alberta, Canada. That's really cool. And Amanda, I want to tell you about the Marsh fire. The Marsh fires I was talking about earlier, they have stopped. They have been reduced because of the cold fronts that are coming in. And Amanda, I want to let you know that the rain, it's been raining a lot because of the cold fronts. Thanks to the prayers. And also, because of the cold fronts and the rain, the marsh fires have stopped. Reduced a lot. So thanks. Okay. The British pranksters. So the first film depict of geometric crop circles in the case of created by super intelligent ants. It's a 1974 science fiction film, Phase 4. The film has been cited as possible inspiration or influence on the pranksters who started this phenomenon. Oh, Amanda, I didn't know that your phone couldn't do that. Or, I don't know if my phone could do it either. I probably would have to Wilshire. And there were numerous saucer nests appearing in the area, but they were never photographed. There are other pre-1970 reports of circular formations, especially in Australia and Canada. Amanda, it is because of rain that stopped it. Yes, it's because of the rain. It stopped the marsh fires. I'll show you a picture of marsh fires. These are marsh fires. It hurts the air quality in New Orleans. and it caused an accident on the bridge. Oh yeah, Amanda, I agree that that should be done in the plan. She says, I think it could be, but only if she gets that on her phone for more money, which is dumb. Oh yeah, Amanda, I agree it should be included in the plan, but people try, scam people and stuff. I agree. All right, so oh Amanda, I was concerned about the animal life too. And this is a Rouse's. It's a store in Louisiana, and that is really, and you see all the smoke. It's really messed up. And this is a bus surrounded by fire. Wow. Yeah, that's really intense. Wow. Oh yeah, Amanda says when there was a huge fire in the mountains here, it was so smoky for days. It was horrible. Can't imagine dealing with the wildfires every season in California that happens. Oh yeah, man, absolutely, I agree. Over here in the New Orleans, it caused this collision on the bridge, and the fog in the mornings. It would be so dense. It's like people couldn't see anything. Arizona has been having a lot of bad fires too this year, and her friend that has a dog rescue ranch, there's always concerned when the fire's too close. Oh yeah, man. I think it's really scary with these fires, especially when they're in civilian populations and people that have had their houses and stuff burned down because of it. It didn't cause a let's see. It didn't cause a train wreck. It caused a giant accident on a bridge. So like a bunch of cars, the fog caused a bunch of cars to collide and pile up on the bridge. So like this is something that happened. Super fog pileups rise to 8. The New York Times. So like the fog will cause pileups on the bridge. Okay, so it was like a week ago and 3 weeks ago these were happening, and unfortunately deaths happened. I agree, it is sad. Yeah, and also, we have this situation, and it's very, unfortunate that it happened. Prayers for them. And also, this is the fog. that is the area. So it goes to Mississippi and all of southern Louisiana. I just got a notification. Apparently, it seems a 65-year-old hostage held by Hamas found dead in Gaza. So this is the pattern of air going away from the fire being blown into different parts of the city and country. Yes, Amanda, the fog is from all the fires. So when the cold front came in, it cooled off a lot of the fires, and also the rain is helping the crops. It's helping the grass, and also I'm having a lot of turnips. I have no like I have some turnips, and I have some beets growing very well because of I water them and the rain's been watering them. So I'm glad the weather's more normal now. And it's fog and smoke. And also, Amanda, with the beets and the turnips, the situation with that is that I believe before the frost they will be ready, but if they're not cold tolerant, like freeze tolerant, I'll probably bring them in. And another situation is my beans, because my beans are outside. And also, with the beans, the situation is like those will probably freeze, so I'll either cover them or somehow bring them in. Like, get a shovel and get them out the ground and bring them in. This is moss. It's so cool. Oh yeah, the peppers I absolutely bring in. When it goes like to freezing, I definitely bring those in. Because I had a pepper plant. I could put it on the screen. And I had it in the ground. I didn't have it in a pot, and I tried to cover it, but I didn't cover it right or something, and it died. And so I lost that whole pepper plant. And so that's why I put them in pots and bring them in, because it gets too cold down here when it freezes. See if I can find this. It's somewhere. Let's see. I'm getting the picture. All right. Yeah, I made videos before I put them on YouTube, but like I never put them on YouTube. Wow, that decoration I have is from 2020. Well, I guess it's time for show and tell. All right. Let's see. Um. Well, I have to do that a different way because Apple. Okay. Try that again. All right. So this is a picture of a Halloween decoration I have, and it's from 2020, and I didn't know it was that old. And basically, that was pretty cool. I remember that. So it's a witch hanging out in a tree, and this was during an outage. All right, so this is the picture of a pepper plant that I had, but it died because of the cold because I didn't cover it. and I didn't bring it in because it was in a pot, and it's a cousin of the one I have now. So this was that plant, and this was not anything shown on YouTube because this is when I was not on YouTube. Like I had my YouTube account up, but I wasn't posting any videos. I just made videos and just like talk to myself. Thanks, Amanda. This is another shot of it. Yeah, they're green and then they turn red. Oh, yes. Yes. I still have the seeds for these plants. I could still regrow them. That's another shot. Yeah, these were the original peppers, and I got the other peppers, the smaller ones I have. But they're from the same species. And, and like the plant dies because it's like it was too cold outside. Amanda, usually what I do is I just use the soil like that one you see right there was just from the ground in like the black soil in New Orleans. But I do sometimes think that the chicken manure is good as a fertilizer. All right, so yeah, so those were some of the old pepper plants. Well, thanks, Amanda. All the stuff that I grow is from the Louisiana soil. Yeah, so this is moss. It's really cool. And then we have like Spanish moss. This is the kind of like cypress, like moss in the tree. Yeah, and then we have this, these cypress trees that are beautiful. And thank you, Amanda, for telling me that. I appreciate it. Yeah, that moss is really cool. And I'll show y'all a cotton plant if y'all haven't seen that before. Thanks, Amanda. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, all over New Orleans they have this. And also it's called Spanish moss. Like the pirate game I play, that's what the pirate game trees look like. Yeah, so that's the Spanish moss growing on a tree. Oh yeah, they are very nice. Like this is the swamp. It's so cool. And let's do this. Let's say about... thank you. Yes. You have grow Spanish moss in a light, humid environment, such as the bathroom. That's how someone can grow the Spanish moss. You have Spanish moss. Avoid direct sunlight as it can scorch and dry the leaves, as in epiphyte. The plant doesn't need compost to grow, so fix it to a piece of wood or other frame from which it can hang down like it would naturally from a tree. A swamp cypress is long-lived in wetland species that grows along rivers and streams, and with the slow-moving water, it can live up to 600 years. So, the I know I had a trunk. I still have the wood from it in my backyard. That was a hollowed out trunk from an old cypress tree, so it was over like 1,000 years old probably. And I'm glad that it's there. You know. Oh, Amanda, I have cypress trees all over the place, and like in my backyard, there of a tree that looked kind of like this. It was a rotten out trunk like that with those stumps. It was in my backyard. It was It was rotten and hollow, and eventually, my grandpa likes to do different things, like take stuff down. So one time he took the trunk down. It was like a trunk of a old trunk down. It was like a trunk of a old tree. It was dead. In my backyard, there is a tree. I don't know what it's called, but I have a nice big tree in my backyard that changes fall colors. And I have another tree. I don't know what species it is, but I have that one over there. So there's like trees all over. Yeah. So I have all kinds of different species of trees in my area, and also I have a palm tree. So that is like, about the trees. So like this area was a swamp. The first thing I looked up on Google was swamp paintings and cypress trees. That was the first thing I looked up on Google when I got a computer. You only have a few trees in Vegas. Yeah, I understand that because of the desert. But I'm sure you'll have a lot of cactuses. We don't have many. There's like no cactuses here. Yeah, just like the Pirates of the Caribbean game I played, that's like what it looks like. I love the nature here and the swamps and stuff is very fascinating to me, and I like how they have these trees that are like in the middle of nowhere, like they're just surrounded by water, but they have like tree, but it's like a tree there. That's really cool. Yeah, yeah. Amanda says we have cactus here, and she sees plants, those in the front of their house. They grow more in the desert, so many grow in Arizona too, and she saw when she was there. Well, that's really cool, Amanda, that you saw that. Now there is cactus. Like somebody around this area has a cactus plant. but like it was brought here, and I think I had a cactus one time, a little cactus plant, but like they don't natively grow around here, of course. That's so cool, like how it just sits there, surrounded by water. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, I agree. Yeah, it's called the bald cypress. My school has a bunch of those trees around over there. Oh, Amanda, I was just thinking of something uh, about that. But yeah, so with Peach, she is okay. She has been doing the her farming and stuff, and she's just been like kind of like off grid, like not really keeping up with she doesn't even like really watch the news or anything. She's just been really focused on her like family and her like self, and so but she's doing okay. I don't think it's a pine tree, but I could look that up. Although they are somewhat similar to pine trees, cypress pines have no special allegiance to the pine tree clade. They're just in the cypress family. Yeah, so basically, there's a play coming to New Orleans that was here before called Wicked. It's about the the witches from The Wizard of Oz. Let's see, I get this up. Poster, poster. So like, this is like the poster of it. And I saw the play actually a couple of years ago when it came here. You're welcome, Amanda. Glad that I did that. Glad that you enjoyed that. You know, this was a very good play. It's like a prequel to The Wizard of Oz. Oh, Amanda, it was absolutely fantastic. It was very like old fashioned and it was modern. It was a combination of things at once. And Amanda, I think you told me that I believe you'd said that you were a witch one time for Halloween and you won in a contest. And I was thinking that reminded me of this. And like the green, yeah. And yeah, so it was a good play and I enjoyed it. And they had a lot of fun stuff. And it was during my time at like 7th, 8th grade. Oh, I like The Wizard of Oz too. You know, I remember my grandma really likes The Wizard of Oz. She saw it in a movie theater, actually. I like this. It kind of like shows like the real people, like, rather than them as like a cartoon thing. And as I said, it was really cool. As I said, it's like a prequel to the one like The Wizard of Oz. It's like a prequel to it. Yeah, the green looks really cool. Yeah, that's some of the actors. And it's a giant musical. And I like the buildings really cool in the background. And that was really nice. It's very creative. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, cuz the actress, she has to wear green all the time. Let's do this other one. Well, that worked. Let's see. Did that do anything? Yeah. Okay. We're still we're still going. Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. And Peach is like the White Witch. Anyway, that was a really good play. And also wicked play. Yeah. Some scenes from that. So we can get that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah, yeah. And I said that was really nice. Really nice. And let's look at snowflakes. Oh yeah, it's been much cooler down here, Amanda. It is not frozen. It's not cause there has not been a freeze, but it has gotten much cooler down here. Yes, and we've been having a series of cold fronts, and it's been causing a lot of rain, which has been helping the plants, and it's been wetting down everything, and that's why it is the way it is. And I've been wearing a lot of jackets and stuff. So yeah, it's gotten much cooler. I'm looking at myself and I'm like, I'm like conducting an orchestra. Exactly, Amanda. Exactly. How they could prove that. I think snowflakes are so cool. Like snow, it's like snowflakes are, so in detail. I love those designs. That's cool. Depending on like if people like the cold weather or not, of course. But like that's interesting. It's also gonna get cooler by you. Yeah, snow and snowflakes are so interesting, and I like how they have all these, intricate things. And yeah, it's getting cooler down here. Yeah. Amanda, my favorite Christmas movie. That's a good question. So basically, with my favorite Christmas movie is it's another question. It's hard to give myself a favorite one. Let's see. And remember, I watched it on my grandma one Christmas. It was very funny. And I like the Santa Claus movies because it's like really like classic like Christmas movies. And I like the Polar Express. Those are all good movies. And thank you, Amanda. Yeah, I probably will skip next Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know it was Thanksgiving. And also happy Thanksgiving to y'all, Amanda. I didn't realize that. Well, in that case, I gotta bring out this. Oh, Amanda, that's interesting. I saw it when it came out, but that's good that you got to see it as well. But yeah, your mom wants you to. Your mom's supposed to visit and wants to go and wants her to go back with her, but she doesn't want to travel. Oh yeah, and you're doing. There's a lot of stuff you're doing with the different things that's going on with Apple and Ava and stuff. I can understand why you wouldn't want to travel. Amanda, I think yes. Make a small turkey breast. That yes, do that. Sounds like a great idea. And also, we have all this. These turkeys are so good. Thanksgiving's so cool. Oh, and also, Amanda, my pumpkin plant's growing really well. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good idea to go over there, in my opinion. I have I put out some shorts about it, about the pumpkin plant, and soon I'm going to do a garden update about, and you, Amanda, have a, and Mary have like a secret like preview. Yes, I'm doing a garden update, and I'm going to talk about the plants in the video, but I did put out shorts about the pumpkin plant. Now I'm going to put out more shorts about it. Okay, Amanda, thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. Okay, well, yeah, the last and the most recent one was a turnip and beets. That's what I put up like on the 15th. All right. I love pumpkin pie. My favorite Thanksgiving food is like turkey, and I like pumpkin pie, like I just said. I like the what's it called? Pecan pie, like pecan pie. I like the sweet potatoes. Yeah, I just gave you a whole list of things. That doesn't make any sense, but so basically, it's like the turkey. Well, she may have not been specific. She was like just in general, probably. So yeah, that's my favorite Thanksgiving food. Those dishes I told you. Yeah, man, it depends. If something like comes up by next week, I'll definitely get it. But yeah, so far, yeah, probably not because the garden. Unless I put some peppers with it, I could put some peppers with something. But yeah, it just depends. It depends if the different things in the garden like mature enough to eat, or else I'll have some peppers. Let's see, Christmas dinner. Oh, really, Amanda? Really? You missed out on them for years. Yeah, you bet. You have been missing out. Absolutely. I'm glad that you got to try those. It's about time, Amanda. And also, let's say like a Christmas dinner. I didn't know that necessarily about the duck. Thanks for letting me know that. My family in England loves Christmas. And also, they have some. I remember I had some Christmas pictures of stuff like their different. What's he called? They had nice decorations. Looks good. Yeah, looks delicious. Yeah, that looks like a lot of depictions from those old like drawings I was showing you, Amanda. That's what they were eating. They're eating duck. And I'm like, that didn't look like a chicken. Well, let's see that. Oh yeah, Amanda. I have condolences for your loss. That's rough. And also, yeah, I understand that the holidays. That would remind you of those memories. Yeah, and Popeyes has their own turkeys, man. Oh yeah, man. That makes sense, and I can only imagine. Yeah, you can use that for a lot of things. And also, with Popeyes, sometimes some people have issues, or the one I was at, but like Popeyes is good food in general. But I know we're talking about duck, and that's what we're talking about. And also, Popeye's chicken's very good. It just sometimes in like New Orleans, people, the one I was at, sometimes like the line got kind of long. This one time, and it was kind of cringe. But yeah, it's good food. Very good food. Hello, Sandra. Good morning. We're back. We were actually about to end it soon. We're just having some chit chat about food. Of course, that's what I like to do. Oh wow, wow. Yeah, time flies by. When I was looking at it, it was like 4:40. Now it's 5:06. All right. So yeah, they're turkey, but it's very good. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Thank you. And also, so I love the live chat, like when people come in and say hello. So sad to see you and hello. All right. So also, let's see. I'm this thing's kind of going in and out, but yeah, but I'll be ending this thing soon in a moment if I can, if the thing cooperates. Yeah, it's like $60 to get this thing from Popeyes. Yeah, but it's worth it. I mean, it's a very good dish, and yeah, deep fried turkey. And okay, and also I'm just looking over here. Yeah, I'm still there. I'm still going. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. So basically, so Sandra, we're talking about like Thanksgiving. We're talking about Christmas dinner and different dishes and food and stuff, and like about sweet potatoes and things like that. And before that, we're talking about crop circles and things. It was a great conversation, and you know, well, yes, Amanda, you'll enjoy that. Yeah, very much so. Yes, have some cool stuff coming out. Yes, Night Owl. I'm more of a machine than a man. Yeah, smoked turkey is the best. Yeah, and also the chicken breast, like crest. Yeah. Yeah, I went live 11 p.m. 11:15 p.m. Central, and it's 5:10 now in the morning. And you all, I really like having you all in the chat in this whole thing. It's a really big deal for me. Yes. Alientron. Hello, DJ. Uh, Also, I'm glad that DJ was watching. He was watching the whole time from the beginning. He's been like hiding in the chat. Oh, Sandra doesn't trust frozen turkeys. That's interesting. Wow. Yeah, but I don't blame you. There's a lot of stuff going on, but that's the kind of turkeys that I would eat. But then again, like I understand the situation. And now we're yeah, smoked deep fried turkey. All right, I'm gonna have to try this out for myself. The deep fried turkey versus the smoked turkey. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that for myself because I don't know the answer to that from my own opinion. Oh yeah. So anyway, yeah, this is some very cool Popeyes turkeys. They're very good. Although I've not tried it personally, but it's still good. She's saying smoked turkey tastes like ham. All right, all right. I gotta try it for myself. I tried for myself. And also, we have. Doing that. Open this again. 7. Yes. Okay. It all looks good. From that end, let's see how that's going. Did that go up or down? Oh, good. Went up. Awesome. All right. Okay. So, I'm going to start wrapping up the show now. I've think I have broken a record. And I want to thank everybody for coming and everybody watching the replay. And I'm going to be switching over to this other screen for like a brief moment. And alright, so we had an amazing chat tonight. We had some bumps in the road in the beginning. I want to go check out everything in a couple hours, make sure everything's going right for the next stream. And thank you all for coming out. And have a great morning, everybody. And peace. That's not what I meant. Alright, there we go.